Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's study work group space. So, if you are joining this group, if you are in this community, please let's be kind with our comments and let's respect others that are working in this space. We are going to be using the Pomodoro techniques like we normally use. That's what we are using today. Will also be that 50-10. That means we are going to be working on sprint time, 50 minutes. So during these 50 minutes, we are expected to focus on our work, to focus on the objective we want to achieve today. And during the break time, which is the 10 minutes of mindful break, you are expected to be present in your break. So you take a break from the work you are doing. If you are reading, it's time for you to take a break from it during that time. Or if you're working with your hands, then you give yourself a break. And please remember to take those breaks serious, because your break time is as important as your work time, and that is what we teach in this space, and that makes you more productive than you can ever imagine. Because most times we think is the amount of work that we put in, the amount of time that we spend working, is that is important in our productivity. But the truth is that it is not just the amount of uh, time you spend working that will give you the productivity you need, but it's you being able to manage between work and rest, and it's very important. And remember again that your mind, human mind, is designed to work in short sprints. So if you're working with me today, I want you to tell your mind that yes, you'll be focusing on work, you'll be doing the work with all diligence, with your focus, with all determination for 50 minutes. After that, then you will have 10 minutes break. Once your brain knows that, you will see that it's going to work really well for you, because it knows that every 50 minutes I'm going to be working, then after that I'm going to be resting, and that is quite important for your productivity. And that is what we are teaching in this space. This space is for those that are preparing for exams, for students, for researchers, and for those lifelong learners, those that are struggling with too much work. I have a friend that was telling me, oh, I'm thinking of abandoning my studies because I don't have time. But if you follow the time like me, I'm working also, and I'm also doing my own research. So it's time for you to know how to manage your time. 24 hours is quite enough if you manage your time well, and you still not be exhausted. So how do we do it? Is for us to bring out this time. If you join me every Wednesday and Thursday, then we have to do it 6 hours each time. And during this time, at the end of the 6 hours, you will see that yes, it's not stressful. It's not something that you think, oh, it is so strenuous. No, it's not strenuous, because you take mindful break in between. So if you have a lot of work at hand and you are struggling to get it done, you have deadlines that you want to meet, then join me. You will see yourself achieving these things easily. You will do more, you will achieve more, your productivity will increase if you use this system, if you join us. And here is a community that will help you to be accountable to yourself. Because if you put your camera on, or maybe you just sit and you'll be hearing, oh, people are working, and you can join them in this work, you see that yes, you'll be accountable. And for you to get the best out of this space, I will employ you now to choose from all the tasks that you have, from all your objective, the things that you want to achieve. Choose 3 things that you think is the most important thing that you want to achieve. And how do you know the most important thing? Just check. One, are these things very important to me? Do they add to the bigger goal I have in life? And again, if they are very important, ask if they are urgent. Is this something I must achieve today? Is it something I must achieve tomorrow? So you arrange them based on that order. When you arrange them based on that order, it will be easier for you to pick out the things that is important, and those things are the things that deserve your energy. Not everything deserves your energy. And if you don't plan your day, each day, that way, that is how you see yourself in the social media or wherever. You say, okay, I'm just going to check through this, just I will spend 5 minutes, I will spend 2 minutes, okay, I'll just look at this, I think it's just a 1-minute video, and you see yourself still there after 3 hours. That is how people waste their time. And time is a resource that you can't afford to waste, because the more the time is going, the more life is going. So time is life itself. So don't waste it. and time is equal to everybody. But what matters and what will help you to use your own time well is to gain clarity. And how do you gain clarity? Is for you to prioritize your needs, to know the tasks that deserve your energy, and for you to manage your energy. Tune your energy to the rhythm of your life. When do you have the most energy? Is it in the morning? Then use it to do the most. Is it in the evening? Then focus on that time. And during the time your energy is low, you can go for those activities that are less energy consuming. And when you are tired, please remember to rest, because resting, sleeping, and work, they all work together to give you the success that you need. And for those students that are in our midst, during the break, I'll be speaking on how to improve your grades, how to improve your reading, how to improve your retention ability, how to improve your how to study effectively. Because it's not just studying, it's not just reading, it's not just going to school, it's far beyond that. So we are going to be working on that. And I've taken our time, I've taken 7 minutes. Normally I used to take 10 minutes in the morning to tell us how this goes. So we'll be doing it every top of the hour. We start the sprint time. And what does the sprint time mean? It means a time of focus. It's a time that you put your energy, your eyes, everything, and reduce distraction and focus on your work. And it's just 50 minutes each time. Then at the end of the sprint time, we go to the break. And during the break, the twist is, some people, if you are working and you want to go take food, whatever, then during the break time you can go do it. You take your tea, you go for a walk, meditate. Then if you want to join me for the discussion, then we can discuss for that 10 minutes. Then we go back to the sprint time. That is how it goes till it is 4. So I wish you a very productive day today. I don't know the 3 priorities you have to achieve. Please, you can put them down and write, okay, I have 3 things to do. Maybe 1 is to read this chapter, 2 is to summarize that, or 3 is to make corrections. Or if you're a student, okay, I'm preparing for my exams at this time, okay, I'm still going to be reading to understand. And again, okay, this time I'll use it to quiz myself. If you're a researcher, you can decide. It's not just telling yourself, okay, I'll be working on my research today, I'll be working. You can the best way is to cut your tasks in manageable chunks. And how do you do that? How you do that is to divide it and give it time. Time it, block it, time block it. Say, okay, from this 10 minutes after 10, I will start, and by the time it's 10:50, I should be able to write 500 words, or I will write 300 words, or I will correct this page. So you give it time and put it in a manageable task. It's not something that, you know, I can't achieve in a day, in 2 days, then you put it as an objective. That is not how to do it. So cut them down in manageable chunks and just start, and let's see how much we will achieve. So if you have students, you have those that are preparing for their exams, you have those that are preparing to meet a deadline, please bring them and let's work together. And you are that person that your work is choking, your work is already making you're exhausted, you don't know how to begin with me, and let's work on it. Because for me, I also have a lot to work on, and because I know that each week I have these 2 days dedicated 12 hours to do it, and within other days I have 30 hours dedicated, which I don't stream, to do it also. So it's something we need to learn. Is a community where we keep accountability. So thank you for joining me, and please stay with me. If you are here, connect with those that you have seen here, and let us do our work while growing our page also. Thank you. Yeah, so this is 10:50 is the time for our break. If you have been working with us, it's time to go on this break. And let's also, for those that are listening, look at how we are going to improve our productivity and what really delays our productivity. I think that is what we'll be talking about now. The things that delays our productivity, the things that makes us not to be productive, the things that we are doing, thinking that we are improving, that we are increasing the output, that it will improve our results, but the outcome of it is that we are rather hindering our success. So what are the things that we do? That is what we'll be discussing now. And for those that have been working with us and you have been waiting for this break time, you can get the students around, you can get those that are working and they have a lot of things to handle, those that have a lot of deadlines to meet, and those lifelong learners that wants to keep their mind working and very smart. So let's gather here during the break. The break ends once it's 11. So we'll be talking about the things that destroys your productivity, the things that makes you less productive. Those are the things that we'll be talking about now. So what are the things that we do that we think that will improve our productivity, but they are not? One of them is working long hours without break. Many people will think, oh, once I start working very long hours, if I put more efforts, I think that's should I call it, that's the myth. It's something that people have believed that if they could put in long hours and if they could do more, if they could work more, that they will be more productive. But I want to bring it to you that working long hours is not the best for you, especially if you're working those long hours without mindful break. If you're not present in your break, which means you're not taking care of your body. And not only that, for you to be productive, most times what we need is our focus. No matter the kind of work you're doing, you need your focus. And your mind, human mind, is created to be to work in sprints. It is created to work in short sprints. So if you should I say drag it for a long time, you will reduce how much results you will get, but you will stress yourself. That is how people get stressed instead of getting productive. And once your brain gets tired, it will start forgetting. You start making mistakes. You see so many mistakes that people made during their work hour. They made it because they did not take break, because they did not rest when they should rest. And that is why I'm bringing it to you today, that you should schedule your rest. Make your rest an important part of your productivity. Make your rest when it is time to sleep. Don't pity for the sleep. Sleep properly and make sure that you are sleeping comfortably, and leave whatever trouble that was there in the day, whatever trouble that was there before you got tired, leave it and rest. After your brain is rested, you will see yourself being more productive. But many of us, we think, oh, when I start pulling long hours, I'll read for 12 hours, I'm going to be reading for 24 hours, and they think it's strength. It's not strength. What you are doing is straining yourself, straining your mind, straining your emotions, straining yourself psychologically and physiologically. You're straining yourself, and that in any way doesn't contribute to your productivity. It's not going to help you to be productive. It's not going to help you to improve or to increase. Rather, it is going to reduce your productivity. You can look at it, maybe if you haven't noticed, when you start work and you still have a lot of energy, you see yourself achieving a lot. But once you get tired, you keep repeating so many things, you keep making mistakes, especially when you are in a hurry because you want to go and rest. Please just keep whatever you are holding, whatever you are doing. At that point in time, it is time for you to rest, and go for your rest. Your rest is very important. It is a very important part of you being a human, because your rest time is the time that you will use to regain your energy. So we still look at those things that takes our time. Human life, I will divide it into 6. When you draw a circle, you divide that circle into 6, which is your time pie. So let's look at the things that takes your time, and you will need to chart it for like a week to know what is taking your time, to know where you are wasting your energy. Because when you waste your energy, Also, no matter how much time you have, you can't do much. If you're already tired, even if you are given another 28 hours and you are exhausted, it will be hard for you to achieve your aim. It will be hard for you to achieve your objective. So let's look at those things that takes our time. The first one is your personal care. That's the things that are personal to you, like your personal care, taking care of your shower, taking care of your hygiene, cleaning your house, arranging your house. Those things are your personal care. And some of us, we make it like it's a job. Yeah, looking good is very good, is very important, but I don't think you need 2 hours. I don't think you need 5 hours to shower. I don't think you need 5 hours to make up your face. You're already beautiful. You are unique the way you are created. And you see some people, they will waste almost half of their morning, which is the most energetic time of most humans. They waste it making up, they waste it showering, they waste it taking care of their room. But just look at it. If it is very important to you, you can continue. But if it is taking more time that is necessary, then mark it in that pie that you put the P, mark it with a red and work on it. Then the second one is your income generating activities, the things that gives you the money that you need to pay your rent, to pay your bills, to eat, to be comfortable, like your work that you do. If you're doing 9 to 6, 9 to 5, 9 to 4 job, for those in some country, they start their work by 7, some start by 8. If you start 7 to 3 or you do 8 to 4, then yours is already fixed. If you don't have any other job, just calculate, okay, in a week, how much of my time is spent on generating income. Then you put it by that side and know how much you spend. Because most times we all accuse ourselves and tell ourselves we are guilty, because you think, oh, you're working. Most times, have you asked yourself, how much time did I spend generating this money? Then we move forward. I told you that there are 6 aspects that I've divided it into human life. That's just, I call it Spice P. The Spice P, that's PIESPI. So let's look at another one that takes your time. Is your energy regenerating activities, like your sleep. The things that will renew your energy are food, your sleep, your joy, like when you're interacting and you are happy doing the things, your recreational activity. Those things, they rejuvenate you, they bring back your energy. How much time do you spend eating? How much time do you spend sleeping? How much time do you spend renewing your energy? So when you look at that, it will be easier for you to find out if you are resting more or working more. So we've talked about 3. We are going to be continuing the other 3 later, and then I will tell you how to chart this time and how to reduce the wastage of your energy and time. So when you are able to chart this and know what is taking most of your time, you can then work on it. What most people need is not more time. You don't need, if you're working, if you have the energy, you're working 24 hours, is far more than you need. You don't need more time, but you need clarity. What most people need is to be clear on what they want to do, what they want to achieve. What they need to be clear on is what should take their energy, what should be the focus of the day, what should they do this minute, what should I be doing next 1 hour, what should I be doing next 2 hours. Many that have asked, I will just ask, as you're going today, ask people. You will see that if you meet 10 people, 9 of them don't know what they should be doing the next hour that I met. They will tell you, okay, I'm going to work today, okay, I'm already at work. But within that 1 hour, what is the aim? What do you want to achieve within that 1 hour? They don't know. So, but you need to be clear on what you're doing. Your clarity is important in productivity. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is another sprint time. During the sprint time is our focus time. Please minimize every distraction and let us work. If we are studying, let us study. So we move from what we are speaking to how to study effectively. So we've come to the end of this section. This is the second sprint time that we spent. So we spent already 1 hour 50 minutes. So we are doing a lot much better, you know. If you are working, you will know that you've worked for 100 minutes already. That's your focus sprint time already, and we've had the first break and this is the second break. So during this break time, you're expected to take a break from work, take a break. You can stand up, walk around, have your tea, and do that which will help you recharge your energy. And so for some of us that wants to listen on how to improve your productivity, we are discussing the things that takes our energy, the things and how we spend our time. So it's time for us to look closely on the things that we are doing that is wasting our energy, our time, and the things that has been preventing us from gaining clarity. Clarity is something that is very important, is a treasure on its own. For people to be, if you are clear on what you want, it is easier for you to achieve it. But if you are not clear on what you want, you might be running around and working and not achieving it. If you don't know what achieving it looks like, you don't know what completing it looks like, you don't know what getting that goal done looks like, then you will struggle all through. That is just what that does. So let's look at the way humans, every normal human being, spend their time. So let's look at it. When we chart it, we'll see how much time we spend on each aspect of our life, and that will help you to calculate where you are wasting time, or what you need to work on, or where you are wasting your energy, or what you need to work on, because your energy is very important for you to achieve your objective. If you want to be productive, you need to focus your energies on things that matters. Not just everything deserve your attention, not everything deserve your energy. And for you to be productive, you need your attention. So you must manage your attention very well. And that attention is what the social media is taking away from human brain, from human mind. And that attention is what's flashy, and those short seconds videos are fragmenting, and that is what you need. That's a big franchise, that's a big token, it's a big money, it is a big resource of your productivity. So you can't play with it. So we need to watch what is taking our attention. Why are we distracted? And if you have been forgetting things these days and you are not thinking deeply, then you need to also check your screen time and how much you spend scrolling and scrolling. Scrolling, I will always say it, please engage properly to every content. Once you look at it, it doesn't make sense, pass. If you think it makes sense, then engage and ask yourself deep questions. Try to reason, try to think, try to provoke your brain to work. But if that is not contributing, stop scrolling, because as you scroll, as much as it is good to live there, you are trying to, so they will know that yes, you visited, so you get much like, so you get much follows. Please watch those things. Are they helping you, or are they distracting you from the real thing? If they are distracting you, please, you need to refocus. If they are not distracting you, then you can continue. And you have to ask yourself, how does that contribute? How does what I'm doing contribute to the end game? That is very important. So let's look at the pie, the time pie of every human being. I've charted it is 6. Now, if there are things you think I missed out in this, you can still remind me those things that you think we should add to these 6 pies. That's the pie of our time that we divided into 6. You know, when they say pie is a circle, then you divide it into 6 each day. That is how you spend your time. The first thing you do is your personal care, your personal attending to your own self. That's your shower, you're taking care of yourself, your hygiene. For those that are into fashion, painting and coloring their faces and their body, so those things are in that P, the personal care. Then the second one is your income generating activities. Some of us, we have only one source of income. Some others, they have more than 1, 2 or 3. So you need to put it down and write how much time you spend on your income generating activity. Like for today, don't take it for granted. It will help you gain clarity. And once you gain clarity, achieving your goal is quite easy. And that's the difference between somebody that is not stressed and achieving great things than the person and the person that is always busy and achieving nothing, because that person doesn't have clarity. So let's look at how we spend our time in that your income generating activity. Put it down, chart it. Write if you are doing a 9 to 5 job or 8 to 4 job, you put down that time each day of the week that you go for that. If you have another income generating activity, for those that are doing live streaming and they're generating income from it, or those that are doing one business or the other, or you have any other side hustle that you're doing that is generating income, then put it under that income generating activity. That is how much time you're spending on it. Write it down. Then you go further. The spice you look at, that's the spice. The E is now the energy rejuvenating activity, the things that gives you back your energy, because you're a human being and you're a living thing, which means you need energy. Even the machines, they need fuel, they need energy. Some of them, like the phones you use, they need to be recharged. So humans, we also need that recharging point. That's the energy giving activities. And what are the energy giving activities? Why I put it at that point is to tell you how important it is. It's very important. Your energy needs to be renewed. You need to rejuvenate, and so you can work well. Because if your energy is low, if you don't have energy, you're exhausted. Even if you're giving extra time, even if everybody gather their time and give to you, you achieve nothing. So let's look at the energy renewing activities, like sleeping. When you sleep, you regain your energy, your brain works better, it settles your body, it makes you healthier. So sleeping, you chart how much time do you spend sleeping. You chart how much time do you spend resting. When you just take a break, maybe a nap, or you just wanted to rest just without doing anything, those time, put it under your energy renewing activities. And those things that gives you joy, the things that when you look at it, it makes you energetic, put it under your energy generating activity, like your exercises, you put it there. Then we go further. We look at another one, which is our social interaction, the S, the social interaction. How much time do you spend interacting with people? How much time do you spend making calls to families? How much time do you spend on social media? You know, many people, they go to social media, they get real friends, that is very good. But some people, they are there to just keep scrolling. So in that social interaction that you are having, the calls that you are making, your family members that you are contacting, or those times that you spend listening to the ranting of whoever that wants to talk about their problem, those time that you spend on social interaction, maybe going to the tea break or going out, oh please can you meet me here, let's talk over the tea, and all those social interaction time, put it under the S, the social interaction. So when you put it under the social interaction, then you know how much time you are spending on interacting with people. How much time are you spending in calling people? How much time are you spending in reading those social things that doesn't really contribute to, they contribute to your well-being, but they are not your income generating activities? You know, most times people that are there on social media, when you receive call from family members, they don't pay you. So you're interacting and you want to know their well-being, and they're also checking on you. Those ones, they are also very important. Don't belittle it, because when you retire, after you have finished with your work and now you are old, that is what will keep you, and that will make you not to be lonely in life. So it's a skill to develop. So how much time do you spend interacting with people? Interacting on social media, interacting on phone, interacting physically. How much time do you spend doing that? When you put it down, and these things we are doing is not just one day. You have to do it for a week to know clearly which activity takes your time most, and that will help you to be clear on what you are doing, to know what to cut down on, to know how to schedule your time, to know how to schedule your energy. So we've come to the end of this break this time, and it's 12. So we are going back to our sprint time. During the sprint time is a focused time of work. So we are working for 50 minutes again. I want you to talk to your brain and tell your brain that yes, I'm working and it's for 50 minutes. I'll be coming back to rest once it's 12:50. So let every minute of it count. Focus on your work and reduce every distraction. Let the things that takes your focus away from your work, your interest, away from your goals, let it be minimized. Remove notification if you can, and focus on your work. So let's see how much we achieve within these 50 minutes. So we've come to the end of this section, and if you are working with us, you can go on break, and let's continue our discussion on how to improve our productivity, what to do, and how to improve your productivity as a working person during your working hour, and also how to prepare for retirement, because it's not only about just working and earning money. There will be a time for you to relax, and we've been talking about the time pie and the time chart, how we chart our time and how to improve our productivity by gaining clarity. So we need to be clear on what we need to do. We need to be clear on what we need to achieve. We need to be clear on what tasks to give our energy. So it's not all tasks that deserve our energy. It's not everything that happens that you go and put your focus on. Your focus is very important in your productivity. So how do you gain your focus? How do you gain clarity? Clarity is something that everybody that wants to be productive should be doing. So I'm welcoming everyone that have joined us. Thank you so much for being there, and for those that are still struggling with their timeline, struggling with deadlines, struggling with their exam preparation, you can join us as we study, as we work, so you have the right balance between working and rest. And working in these short sprints will make you to achieve better, to achieve more, and because it gives you time to digest what you've learned, it gives your brain time to relax, which is very beneficial to you improving your memory. So we are talking about the time chart. We've talked about the personal care. We talked about the income generating activities. There are six major things that human beings spend their time and energy on. So we look at these 6 things in that pie, and we give them time based on how much we spend on each of them in a day and in accumulation. That's in 1 week. When you look at it and you know, okay, this is exactly where I am losing my time, this is exactly where I'm getting it right, this is what needs more time, and this is what doesn't need more time, especially if you have a lot to do. And for every human being, you know, our working life is quite limited. There will be a time you will still know what to do, but the energy is not there. So try to manage your energy. When you are still young, you should do more to learn. When you are still young, that is the time you should do more to get rest, so you can even last longer. So you need to learn this balance between work and rest. So the first one is the personal care, second one is the income generating activities, and we also looked at the energy renewing activities like sleeping, like walking or exercising, like resting, and the things that gives you joy, that renews your energy. Then we've looked at also the social interaction. How much time do you spend interacting with people? How much time do you spend on phone calls, on chatting? You need to put it down on that chat and know how much time that takes each day. Like this morning, if you've done that, check how many minutes or even hours, because most time people, they will go to social media or they are chatting. So I'm just going to be chatting, I'll call this person for 1 minute, I'm going to speak for 5 minutes. You see yourself speaking for 55 minutes or even more. So put that time there. You have to chat it for 1 week to know what is taking your time. So after that, you look at the next part of your life, which many people neglect, and they don't even know that it takes time, which is very, very important. That is the time to plan. Because many people don't plan, they waste much time in between jobs, in between tasks, in between what they want to achieve, because they are not clear on what you want to do. If your aim, maybe you went to school, let's just use something, let's use something that all of us will understand to make the example. You went to school without any plan. You just went there because it is when others are going, your mates, they are going to school, you go to school. You have no clarity on what you want to achieve in school. You might end up wasting that 4 years, 5 years, 7 years in school without achieving anything, or even coming out with what you would think, oh, what did I go to school to do actually? So you need to be clear on what you are going to be achieving. So if you gain that clarity, and that you can only gain through planning. And during planning, you have to prioritize your needs. You need to put it straight. What should I give my energy to? Which aspect of my life needs more time? Which aspect of my life can I just overlook for now, and later it can also be done? So if it is not important, if it is not urgent, it's not contributing to the bigger goal, then it can wait. But if it is important and it's urgent, it can't wait. You put them first. Those are the priority tasks to do. So you need to plan, and not only just knowing that this is a priority task to do, you need to go further ahead to divide it into manageable chunks. After you divide it, manageable chunks means that you can say, okay, between this time and this time I'll be achieving, okay, I'll be able to draw the head by this time, and this time I should be able to draw the eyes. But so you put it in manageable chunks and be able to identify what done will look like for that particular task. And when you have done that, the best thing you can do, and it is almost very, very important as you're planning from the beginning, is to time block. If you don't time block, you see yourself wasting time, you see yourself wasting energy. So you need to time block and say, okay, between this time and this time I should be able to do this. This should take me 1 minute, this should take me 2 minutes. And we will be talking later on how to set those SMART goals, how to make sure that your goals are SMART, how to make sure that you will achieve what you ought to achieve. Because there are so many people that doesn't know how to set goals, and they will just go to the market and start buying all their needs and bring it and think, oh, I can achieve them all. That is why you keep struggling from morning till night. You're already exhausted and there is nothing to show for it. That is not how to set goals. So you need to look at it and be sure that this thing is important, that this thing is urgent, and you put it there. You need to start time blocking it, divide it. If it is a writing, you will need to say, okay, by this time in 1 hour I should be able to write the introduction, or I should write 500 words. In 1 hour I should be able to write 200 words. I should be able to do the abstract. Okay, by the time it is 50 minutes I should be able to do. So time block it like a pro. As you should I say schedule you're going to work. You know, sometimes people are afraid of what will be done to them if they are late. That is how you should time block. And if you time block that way, it will give you much more time to relax. And that is what people don't know. When you put those boundaries in every little thing, it gives you clarity and it saves you time and stress. Because you already know clearly, this is what I want to achieve within this time. You go for it. That is just how the people that made their first class made it. That is how people that were able to establish their company and it is moving forward, that is how they made it. They were not just buying goals from everywhere. They were setting achievable goals, and they were also time blocking it and say, okay, between this time and this time, this is what I'm going to do. Not despite everything, even if people are not clapping for them, it is not like everybody is doing it, but they are sure of what they want. So when you see them in school, others are pulling all-nighters. No, they know exactly what to do to go for it. And some people, theirs is to improve their knowledge while they are in school. So you see others, they are going to the to party, they are looking for friends, they are doing so many kinds of things and wasting away their time. You see those ones, they are not only dependent on what was taught in school, but they are also using so many other resources from the school to improve their knowledge. So you need to be sure what you are doing. You need to be sure each day when you wake up in the morning, you need to be sure and say, okay, this morning, this is what I want to achieve. And you write it down, not just saying I want to achieve this. I want you to write it down each day and say, okay, by the end of today, these are the 3 things, and you put it in the order you want to achieve them. And each of them that you achieve, you just tick it and cross it out and know that you've achieved it. But before you're able to do this, you must be able to identify what completion means or look like for this particular task you are doing. It's very important. So if you're a student and you are going to school, if you're a student and you are there to study, it is important that you have a very nice balance between your work and your rest time. So we've talked about planning, and which that gives you clarity. So you need to look at how much time does it take you to plan. And if you haven't noticed that, okay, it takes you time to plan, then you need to sit down and reevaluate how you go about your needs. Because if you did not plan, what you are doing is wasting time in between tasks, wasting time in between your needs, because you are now struggling to, okay, where do I start? What should I do now? That wastes much more time than sitting in the morning or in the evening before sleeping to say, okay, by this morning I'm going to do this. So you need to plan it and make sure that you are planning it with time and blocking it with time. Okay, this is what I'll achieve this time, this is what I'll achieve this time. So moving forward from that planning, we go to the last one, which is what we'll talk about during the next break, and talk about how to set those goals, which is, it is very, very important to every human being. So looking at this time block, I want you to take it serious and look at the pie in your life, the time pie, and see what is taking your time. So we are back to our sprint time. It is time for us to work. Please minimize every distraction. Focus on your work. Whatever task you've brought today, whatever you have planned to achieve, please work on it. Remove notification if you want, and go for it. I'm not saying you can't go to social media. That's very, very good. Scrolling and laughing and chatting, those things are very good because they makes you happy, but you should have time for it. Schedule it also. So we've come to the end of this section. If you've been working with us, so we've spent another 50 minutes. So it's our break time for us to discuss, and for those that wants to go on break, you can go on break. I'll be speaking for a short time, then I'll have to go and get some should I say snacks. So let's continue discussing how we spend our time as humans. So how do we spend our time? What's the most thing in your life that takes your time? You need to be clear on them. You need to understand how much time you spend on each of these aspects of your time, of your life. That's the six components of the time pie. The first one is your personal care. The second one is your income generating activity. The fourth one is that's the pies with the energy regenerating activities, the things that you do to renew your energy, like rest and sleep. Then we also talked about your social interaction, which involves the interaction, the time you spend interacting with friends and family, and sometimes with colleagues, things that doesn't pertain or relate to your work, your income generating activities. So those activities that you do interacting both online and offline, so you need to put them down as part of the time you spend. So you write it down. When you write it down, you know how much time you are spending. So the next one we talked about is the time you spend planning. How much time do you spend planning? And if you are somebody that have just discovered, maybe as we are speaking, that you don't really know that you spend time planning, I want to bring it to your notice that planning takes a lot of time. And if you are not planning well, you see yourself wasting much more time than you would have done planning, in between jobs, in between tasks, in between your objective, because you are not clear on what you want to do. You are not sure exactly how to go about it. But planning gives you that clarity. Planning helps you to time block. It helps you to cut your job in manageable chunks. It helps you to structure it in a way that you will achieve it. It helps you to also say, okay, this is what achieving it looks like. So planning is very important, and it takes a lot of time that people don't know. If you are cooking and you are thinking what next you are doing, that time you are planning what to use your time for. So for you to use your energy and time well, there is need for you to schedule the time for planning, and for you to know how much time you spend planning. So the last one, which is very important to every human being, like I said, for everything that you plan in future, for those in economics, for those in planning, for those in accounting, if you are planning for future, or you are preparing a feasibility study, you are doing something that you want to achieve in the next 1 year, in the next 2 years, there is something that is unpredictable about the future. And sometimes in economics, when we put it in economics, you are planning the feasibility study of a business, you will call those things miscellaneous, which sometimes they will put 10% miscellaneous, some will say 5%. That is if your skill and you are sure of the efficiency of your tools, and your skill is high, is very high. Some can put it at 5, but it's always very reasonable to put it between around 10%. So those miscellaneous are the things that you will spend on unplanned expenses. Like if you are rearing animal, or maybe you are doing a business, those you put 10% of your budget aside to handle emergencies, to handle things that you did not plan. So it is also with human life every day. Sometimes there are things that happen that you don't plan, so those things, they also take your time. So you should also put it down as part of the pie. That's the last part of the pie, and it is called interruption. So you need to look at what interrupts you, what takes your time away from your planned tasks, for the things that you see already, I'm going to achieve this. So what takes you away from it, those are interruptions. And it happens with human each time, because you might plan, okay, I'm going to achieve this, I'm going to school today, I'm going to work today, only to receive a call and say, oh, your child is not feeling very well in school, come and pick him or her up. And that is an interruption, and you spend some time doing that. So it takes time to go through that interruption. So you will need also to put your time to it. I can see those that were here and those that are here, so thank you for being here. I've seen a Home of Beauty. I know that this is your account. Thank you so much for your gift. Thank you so much for being here. And I've seen DSW been here all this while, so thank you for joining. I've seen New Jerusalem. Well, thank you all for joining. And for those that are still watching in the eye, you can join us and let's discuss this. So because clarity is what will make you to be more productive in life. You're talking about things that will help you to achieve your aim in life without much stress. Because some people, their January looks like their February, it looks like the end of the year. They live each year, each day, as if they are living in a maze, you know. And that is not a way to live to achieve things. You need to be clear on what you want to achieve. You need to be clear on what next to do in the next 1 hour. You need to be clear on what next to do in the next 2 hours. What am I supposed to be achieving tomorrow? What is tomorrow going to be like? What are the things that I already have in place to achieve? So when you have already charted this, your life pie, you need to put time to it each day. Do it for 1 week to find out what takes my time, what takes my energy. Because once you're able to find out this thing, it will help you to plan your days. It will help you to plan your achievement, to plan to achieve your goals easily. But if you did not chart it that way, that is how you see people waking up and working tirelessly till the night every day. They're exhausted. They don't know whether they are going forward or backward. And it is very common with the distractions of phones, the distractions of social media, the distractions of every group that you join, not only in the social, even the should I say specialist network that people join. All those notifications, it makes it easier for you to lose track of your time, for you to lose track of what you ought to do. But if you have already planned and you have already put time blocks to it, it helps you to go straight to what you need to achieve each time. So it is time for us to look out for our time. 24 hours every day for each person is equal. If people are making it, if people are getting a lot from just the same 24 hours, you're saying it's not enough, that should tell you a lot that time is not your problem. But you're not managing it well, and you're not managing your energy well, and you're not managing your clarity well, you're not planning. So you need to plan. If you are struggling to plan, you can talk to people, you can talk to another person, or you join a group like this group we are doing. So in the morning when you are joining, they will let you know that yes, you need to plan. Okay, what are the things that you need to achieve today? What have you done since morning? In this space, we are making it so we'll be accountable to ourselves, we'll be accountable to what we are doing. It's not just waking up and sleeping every day, or waking up and working tirelessly till the end. So we are talking about our productivity. So another thing you should also put your mind to is the balance between work and rest. I told you it's a very important part of your productivity. So that is why we put it. The third one in that PISP is the energy regenerating or energy renewing activities. So those things are very important. You don't just look at yourself and think, oh, I'm resting, I should be doing this. When you are tired, rest. Because when you are tired, you'll be less productive. When you are tired, you think less. You'll be able to, your brain is not sharp when you are tired. So you don't stretch yourself. The more you stretch yourself when you are tired, the worse your results, the worse the outcome, the worse the productivity. So you don't want to get to that extent. So you need to learn to rest. Learn to take care of yourself outside and inside. Outside is like when you are now taking care of all those your income generating activities, taking care of others, doing all those things. But you need to take care of your own very self. It's very important. But people don't understand it that way. And that is why people are exhausted. People are getting confused. You see yourself falling sick. You see yourself being less productive. But you are working and working. You are doing more than others. But it's not producing enough results. So you need to really look at yourself and know how to take care of yourself inside. That is just you. It's not being selfish, it's you listening to your body. Even as a mother, even as a father, as a parent, you know, we so much think about our children, what to become of them, and you forget that yes, you need to be present in their life. You need to rest. You also need to remember that yes, you need to be healthy to be able to provide for them. You need to be healthy to do those things that you're afraid of. You need to be healthy to achieve whatever you need to achieve. So work on your rest. Schedule your rest is very important. So we are back to our springtime once again. So during this springtime, I want you to focus on your work. Take the work you are doing and reduce distraction, and let's go for it. Yeah, I'm still working on the publication. I said the corrections that I'm doing. And for everyone working, please reduce distraction and let's focus on it. 15 minutes later, we'll start discussing again. should be on break. So if you haven't gone on break, please, it's time for us to go to our break time. So let's continue from where we stopped. We were talking about the time pie and how we use our time. So if you have been chatting your time, or if you will start chatting your time, you divide your pie, that's a circle you draw on your paper, into 6. Label the first one personal care, the second one as your income generating activity, then the third one as your energy renewing activity. Then you go forward to look at your social interaction, time you spend chatting and calling friends and family. So you put it there. Then you look at the second to the last one, which is planning. How much time do you spend planning? So you put it there. And the last one is the interruption. How much time did you spend on interruption, on things that you did not plan for that week? Then you put it there. After putting it there, you will see exactly what is taking your time. It will be easier for you to pinpoint what is consuming your time, what you can work on, the things that you can change, the things that you can reduce the time from. It's not always clear to us how much time we spend on each of these things till we start chatting it that way. And most times people will see that they spend, especially these days and this era of smart technology, people spend much more time on their screen. They spend much time chatting, they spend much time even more than they do on their income generating activity. And coming to the health part of it, is people spending more time looking at the screen than resting or sleeping at night. When it is night, it is meant for you to rest. Even if you're working at night, you don't do it always, because there is a reason you shouldn't do that always. If you're a student, pulling all-nighters is not something that you should be doing. You should do it if it's an emergency, but let it not be something that you do always. It's not going to help. What it's going to do to your brain is to get you more confused, and once your brain is tired, you lose more than you are learning. You will see yourself forgetting faster than you are picking up, and that is not the way to go when you want to improve your grade, when you want to improve your results. So as a student, now let's look at how to set our goals. If you are going to school, or you are sending your son to school or your daughter to school this time as a parent, or if you are the child that have gone to school, I want you to sit down and ask yourself, why did I go to school, or why do I need to go to school? Because it's something that we need to earlier. It's not, maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's not something people will discuss openly. It's not something people will put their minds to, but it's something that you need to put your mind to from this time onwards, to ask, since there is AI, why do I need to go to school? Do you know why? Because that is going to help you to know exactly what you're looking out for in school. Some people went to school just to get the certificate, and they did not go there to develop their brain. So such people, they can do anything to get the certificate. Whether they learn or they did not learn, that doesn't matter. So they just get the certificate and they will go home with the certificate. That is their aim. So if your aim is to go there and improve your own knowledge, to improve yourself, following such people is not going to help you. So you need to set your goal and know what you're looking for. Then you know who to associate with, you know how to use your time, you know what to give your energy. But if you didn't have time, if you don't plan your life, something or people or anything around you might help you to plan it. If you don't know where you are going, some people are going to lead you to where you don't want to go. So if you have children that are going to school, it's time for you to sit them down and explain to them why they are going to school. You are paying that money, or your parents, they have paid that money, not for you to just get certificates unless they don't know better. But you can actually get that certificate and also improve yourself and learn. So paying people to write your exam, paying people to write your paper will not help you. What you have done is just cheating yourself and coming out without anything. That's a waste of time, a waste of energy, the waste of resources, and waste of trust that people has given you. And if eventually you came out with that certificate and it's very good, you would have to defend it. And that is why you see some people, they won't be able to use their certificate. Why? Because they can't use it to work. They can't defend what they have been doing. So let's look at the ways we have to study. If you want to study effectively as a student, how do you study? What does it mean to study effectively? Is for you to be able to retain much information, to know where to search for information, and again, it's you being able to record the information and use it in the right way, for you to be able to apply what you have learned, for you to be able to recall what you have studied, for you to be able to retain information. It's not, you know, some people with, like in these days, people are forgetting more than they are learning. Is very easy if you are always engaging in scrolling and reading and not thinking deeply. What you are training your brain to do is not to think deeply. If you keep scrolling, if you don't provoke your brain, if you don't should I say trigger your brain to start thinking, you just create, you just scroll, you just keep going. You are fragmenting your thinking. Your thoughts will get fragmented to the extent that when you want to think, it will be hard for you to think deeply. And so many people is I'm sorry to say that, are no longer thinking. They will ask AI, how do I do this? AI will tell them. Even after saying it now, they will come back the next 1 hour to ask the same question. I don't know if that is you now, but you can still take back control of your thinking. You can still take back control of your reasoning, because that is what makes us human. So if you have given it out, it's something that you need to take back, because it's very important. People are crying that AI is going to take people's job. It is only going to take people's job when people are not thinking, because human being, no matter how it is, human mind is far deeper than any machine you can imagine. But that is a human mind that is awake, not a human mind that has gone to sleep, not the mind that has relaxed and relied on machines. You need to really know how to operate these machines. If you are given a car to drive, somebody that didn't learn well and somebody that has learned and has been driving, it won't be the same. If you are going to use a computer, somebody that just got a computer and check using it to check mails, and somebody that is using it and using every app in it, is not the same. So you need to really improve your thinking. If you are in school, take this time to work on yourself, take this time to improve yourself, take this time to study. So it's very important that you study and develop your mind. Don't allow your mind to be fragmented. I say it always and I will say it again. Thinking is what makes you human. And now people have given up thinking because they have search engine, they have smartphone. They keep asking phone, or they keep asking Google. They will ask Alexa, do this and that, and they are no longer thinking. They are just there. They will sit, they will eat, they will chat. The brain is not stimulated to think. You are not exercising it. And remember that, like every other muscle, if you don't exercise your brain, it will go dormant. It's going to get weakened like any other muscle. So you need to start exercising your brain, exercise your mind, play games that will help you think, read and reason deeply. If you are studying, then study to understand it, not just to pass. Study to understand what you have studied is very important. So we have come to the end of this break time now. We are entering in the last section of our sprint time. So it's very important that you walk if you are walking, and rest when you are resting. Remember that you are doing 50-10 Pomodoro section today. So we use 50 minutes for our sprint time and we use 10 minutes for our break. So it's another sprint time. Focus and make every second of this count, and make every minute of it count. So focus on what you're doing and let's get it done. Then at the end of this hour, we will talk and close. Remember that tomorrow we'll also be here. So for you that are struggling to meet up with deadline, or you have so much work to do, you can join us as we do it, because this is a space for those that wants to be productive, those that doesn't want to leave their work undone, or those that doesn't want to lose themselves in confusion. You know, that's very, very good for you if you have joined. And please work on the tasks you have at hand, and we'll be speaking again during the closure. So we've come to the end of today's 6 hours of studies or work for them that are working. So it has been a very nice 6 hours well spent, and I want to thank as many that joined during this study and those that listened during the discussions. As during our break time, we normally have discussion on productivity and how to improve our retention ability and how to improve our recall ability for students. So it has been a long 6 hours, but it looks quite short if you have been taking it like we are doing. After every 15 minutes, then you relax and have your time. So 6 hours is gone now. So we've done 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. So 15 minutes sprint time and focused work hour and 10 minutes of break. So it has been a very long and good time well spent. I've been able to do a lot within these 6 hours. So I want to thank everyone, and please join tomorrow. And remember that there is a question that I've always posed during this streaming, this live streaming. And if you think you have a contribution towards that end, you can just join me and let's do the discussion. Let's look at if it is still important to spend your money going to school. It's not only money you are spending, the time you're spending, energy you're spending, taking the risk to travel to school. You're paying for your feeding, you're paying for your accommodation. Those things are not cheap. And now we have AI that you can learn from everywhere. So the question remains, is this still important to go to school with AI and smart technology everywhere? So if you think you want to join this discussion, you can just make a request. I will bring you up. So we'll have this discussion for a short time, because I believe this is going to help as many that are still going to school or those that are already debating within them if it is important that they go to school or they can just stay at home and learn. So why do we need to spend our money? Why do we need to go to school? Why do we need to continue? And for those that are preparing for their exams, like I promised, each day I'm going to be talking to us how to improve our retention ability and how to improve our recall ability as students, how to improve our knowledge, how to improve ourselves while in school, how to study effectively. So that has been what we discuss each break time. So I will just be listing them once again. I'll be talking about that in details tomorrow. So listen, if you're a student and you want to make a change in your grade, you want to improve your results, you want to improve your outputs, if your aim is to study and retain what you have learned, to improve your knowledge, to improve your speaking, to improve your relationship, that's your social relationship, to learn. And you know, when they call you a literate person, that when they say, okay, this one is educated, that means it's a lot, it speaks volume. So if you really want to be educated and not just having a certificate, then you just need to listen. I will be doing it, let's just say in 10 minutes or so. I'll just make a quick rundown of what you need to know as students that are studying and to study effectively. The first thing you need to know is that you need to understand the different kind of memories that we have: the sensory memory, the short-term memory, and the long-term memory. And they all work differently, and they all store information differently. And our target is not only the short-term memory, which works like our working notepad, but our long-term memory that we use to store information. And the capacity of our long-term memory is limitless. You just need to develop it. You just need to keep your mind awake to make the difference that you need. Then we also need to look at again the activities, what we really need to do to improve our memory. And one of them is engagement, the other one is rest, and this other one is your attention. So there are some things you need to do yourself, and there are ways you need to work on your attention, and you also need rest. So these three things, they work together. So let's look at the engagement, the things, that's the activities that you have to do actively. for yourself to improve your retention ability, to improve your reading, to improve your knowledge, to improve your recall ability, or the ability to retrieve what you've learned. So let's look at the techniques, or maybe should I say what you can do to improve that. The first thing you should do is to learn to get do space repetition, which means you need to repeat, but not repeating and going back to it all the time, because going back to it all the time is not going to help you. What it will do is to make you to get familiar with what you are learning, but you are not learning it. And that will make it that when you are in the exam hall, they will ask you that same question. You'll be like, oh, I think I know this. This seems like what I've seen before, but the truth is that you did not learn it. So that is what going back and back to whatever you are reading will do to you. But space repetition works this way. You learn the first time, you go back. You're welcome, Julia. Yeah, Julius J, you're welcome. So we are talking about how to improve our retention ability as students, as lifetime learners, as those that wants to keep their memory smart and sharp. So the thing you need to do is to use space repetition. So if you learned today, and you went to class today, or you studied, you read the book today, don't go back to it immediately and start reading again. Or if you have asked, you have read and you didn't find the answer, you went to Google it. Don't go back to Google and Google it every other time. You need to search through your brain to know if you have learned that. If you didn't, then you can then go back to it. And when you are studying, you came out from the class, you can just repeat it and learn what you've learned and leave it. Don't go back to it again. Okay, I don't think I learned this. You keep going back. No, that is going to make you get familiar with it. So you go forward from that step to giving it a day or 2 days. Then you go back. Now you know what you are doing, and what you are succeeded in doing is reducing the rate at which you are forgetting. Our human brain is meant to forget things that it thinks is not really important. And how do you make your brain to know that this is important? Is you going back to it and putting your focus on that thing, and your mind will know exactly that this one is important, and that is the time it will take it to the long-term memory. That is the time it will hold it longer for you. So when you put your attention to it and you have learned it again when it is going down, because most things that we learn after the class, 24 hours after the time you learn it, if you did not revisit it, you tend to forget up to 70% of it, which is not what you want. So before it goes down, then you push it. So if you have done the space repetition, you can go forward now to look at active recall. We have discussed how active recall works. Active recall is not just you read it, you say, okay, this is back, you come back immediately, you say this is back. No, active recall is after you have studied, you close your book and try to remember everything you've learned. If you're able to do that, then you go forward to write it down. After writing it down, you can go forward then to say it out. Not just writing it down, but also saying it out. And remember, writing it down is very important because it slows the speed of your brain, and that will tell you exactly how much you have stored. Once you start writing it down, you will know how much you stored in your brain, and you will see that those things you think, oh, I can remember it, most times you did not remember it deeply. So you need to write it down. Then if you can write it down, replicate your notes. If you can replicate the idea, if you can actually understand that topic using what you've written, then you have made a progress. You can go forward from that, then you say it out. Don't think that, yes, since I can write it down, since I can remember it in my mind, that I already know it. No, you need to go forward from that point and try as much as possible to say it out. Say it as if you're saying it to someone. Say it out with simple language. Then you can go forward as a student. Don't be lazy in quizzing yourself. Don't wait till you get to the exam hall to see the questions. You need to set the questions yourself. You need to quiz yourself in every possible way on the topic you are treating, on the topic you've read. So quiz yourself is very important, and you go forward from there. If you have done that, try to visualize what you've learned. Try to associate it with what you already know. Try to tell it as a mental story. Use a mental map, a mental illustration, because your mind as a human being keeps illustration and pictures better and retrieve it faster than text. So it's good that you try to link it to something you already know, as to improve the nerve, to improve the exercise of you connecting the things you know with the things you don't know, and that makes it easier for you to recall when it matters. So we go forward. If you have done the visualization, and I'm going to give a rundown. So that is what I'm doing. So if you're a student, listen, I have few minutes to finish with this, and that is it for now. So you do the active recall, which I've told you how it goes. That then you will go straight to visualization and association. Then if you have done this and you are sure that you can associate things that are abstract, or the things that you just newly learned, to things that you know already, it will help you that during that exam time you can recall it. Another thing that you need to do as a student is to teach. I can't emphasize this enough. Teach your fellow students, teach yourself, teach people that are around you what you've learned. What you are doing is to shorten the time that you spend in studying. When you teach it simply, you will understand it, because there is no way you will teach what you don't understand. And once you start teaching, you will understand what you learn and what you did not learn. Teaching will expose the gap in your understanding immediately to you. The people you are teaching might not know that, yes, you are not getting this whole thing right, but you yourself that is teaching it will know, okay, there is something I'm missing, there are things that I'm not getting right. You can go back to it. So always volunteer in class. If somebody walk to you and say, oh, please, can you just help me with this thing, I don't think I understand it, please take that opportunity. Don't lose it. Don't be that selfish. People think that they are doing you a favor when you ask them to teach. If you say no, what you have succeeded in doing is losing the opportunity to shorten the time of your study. So as a student, from today, don't take it for granted. If anybody present that opportunity, take it fast. Since you are not going to be, even if you can use it to train your public speech also, if it gets to that, but we are not going to that area at this point in time. I'm teaching you what you need to do to improve your score, to improve your grades, to improve your knowledge. So that teaching, what it does for you is to show you the gap in knowledge, and again, what it will show you is how organized are your thoughts. So when you are teaching, you will see where you are wobbling, you will see where you are jumping some steps, you will see what you are not getting right, so you can go back to it. And like I said, I will say it again, teaching will have it's more than half. If it is something you will study alone, you are doing it alone for 1 hour, 2 hours, maybe you will need to do it a day. If you're able to teach it to somebody in 1 hour or in 2 hours, you have learned it. And it will be hard for you to forget what you have taught to somebody. It's as simple as that. Another thing that you need to do is to learn how to zip information, how to summarize information, how to should I say abbreviate, how to summarize, how to use keywords, how to use acronyms. Those things, they work just like zip files. So when you learn how to do that in exam, it is very important, it is very helpful for those that are writing exam. So during exam, you will remember it. You just need to remember the acronym, maybe 5 words, 5 letters can help you write a whole 3 or 5 pages. That is, and it will free your brain, it will free your memory from so much information. So it's very helpful. Another thing I want you to also learn is to learn how to balance your time between rest and work. As a student, as a lifelong learner, don't go pulling all nighters every day. Don't go studying and studying at a stretch. 3 hours you're sitting, 6 hours you're sitting, you don't have a break. When your brain gets tired, no matter how intelligent you are, you will start forgetting things, and you will start getting confused, and things will not be, you won't be getting it as fast as it used to be, and most times you even lose the ones you have already studied. So there is no need you dragging it and dragging it. Once you are tired, get rest. Don't even wait till you are tired to get rest. I want you to learn to schedule your rest. I want you to learn to like you are scheduling your when you want to do your timetable, you put, okay, I'm going to do maths, I'm going to do English, I'm going to do this. Please, in between that timetable, in between that rota, I want you to put your rest in it. You know, they used to put break time for us. Please put break time, tea time, and all those things that that represent your energy renewing activities. Put it in between your work hours. It makes you more productive than working at a stretch. So I want us to meet here tomorrow again by 10 a.m. So we are done for today. It has been a lovely and a very productive 6 hours. So thank you to everybody that was here. And for those that visited, I will be visiting your page also to check out on what you are doing and to also support. For those that have been supporting me, I'm so grateful to for your support. And for those students that are not yet here, you can invite them, or those that have deadlines to meet, those writers, those that wants to get their time to concentrate on their work. This is your space. So I'll be waiting for you here tomorrow by 10 a.m. and we'll be ending it by 4 p.m. like we've done now. So remember, it's not 6 hours at a stretch, it is 6 hours that works this way: 50 minutes of sprint focused work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So see you tomorrow once again. Thank you.